Good morning. Happy New Year. I would like to call the January 13th, 2026 Municipal District of Taber regular meeting of council to order. We have an agenda in front of us. Is there any additions or deletions from council or from staff? Seeing none.
I can accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Murray. Those in favor? That motion is carried. I just want to note that we do have a closed session item and that is scheduled for 11:15. Next is declaration of conflict, pecuniary and/or conflict of interest. Okay, carrying on. The December 16th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes.
I can move those.
Thank you, Lane. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, next, I actually missed the protocol item, so I'm going to go back there since I have something I wanted to bring forward. As soon as I find my paper. So in December, we had the opportunity to attend a Christmas event with our MD of Taber staff. It was an excellent event, and at that time, we were able to recognize long service awards as well as recognition awards. So at this time, I'd like to pay our appreciation to the staff. It's not only at those events at recognition, but every day this council appreciates the work that is done by our staff and the expectation to maintain a high level of professionalism and expertise, and they continue to do that day after day. So just like to acknowledge our long-term awards. So for 5 years, Raymond Dam, Carly Grant, and Lace Lutz. 10 years, Dawson Cooper, Sheldon Haynes, and Corey Moline. 15 years, Marion Wilson. 25 years, Sherry Crombie. So we're very fortunate to have this legacy of people who have continued to bring wisdom and knowledge to the MD as well as their work ethic. Our staff that also did recognition awards, and there are several of those that were brought forward. I'm not going to read out the definition of the awards, but the titles are fairly self-explanatory. Positivity Award, Zessia Ortega and Pedro Fair. Mentorship Award, Brian Pierce and Jordan Holst. Eureka Award, this one maybe could use a little explanation. Proposing fresh ideas and creative solutions and always driving positive change within the organization. Martin Bozak, with his team that brought forward the new risk, and I'll actually ask Arliss to explain this one a little better rather than just me fumble through it.
It was actually the safety management
Team
system, yeah.
Yeah, and so which has been positive, and we have on all of our evaluations scored extremely high. And that team led by Martin includes Lace Lutz, Jaslyn Peterson, Marion Wilson, Dean Parka, and Zessia Ortega. On the Collaboration Award, Wendy Bergen and Craig Ambler, and the Subtle Star, Carly Grant and Drew Jablonski. These awards are done internally, but it also highlights to council the innovativeness and the team playing that is happening. Council asks a lot of our staff, and we're very fortunate that they time and again execute our requests. We much appreciate that. At this time, is there any other announcements or recognitions from any other member of council? Okay. Then we will continue on to the public engagement process, call for people to speak. And I had, prior to the meeting, just confirmed with past Deputy Reeve, John DeGroot, he would like to address council. Welcome and thank you for taking the time.
Good morning, council and staff. I'm just here to talk a little bit about the lands conversation that's been going on for quite some time. And I'd really like to thank this council for keeping the conversation going. It's a very delicate matter, and a lot of thought and input needs to go into it. A lot of these issues have been dealt with, and that's through the conversations you've had with the community grazings, and I think they're on their way to being what I consider whole. One of the big blocks to deal with is the individual leaseholders, whether it be cultivated or grazing. One of the biggest things here is giving these people the opportunity to purchase this land. In the past, they have either had this in their family operations for years and years, or they've purchased the right to have this land in their farming operations. And one of the things I've been thinking is to sell it to the current leaseholders at an appraised value. I think selling it at the first right of refusal at a tender or auction isn't the way to keep these farming operations whole. And with the sale of that land, if consideration could be given to improvements to the land, whether it be fencing or dugouts, that could be taken off the appraised value. Because one of the things that should be done, whether you're a big corporate farm or a small mom and pop operation, is to keep these farming operations whole. This will never get easier to deal with into the future, since the first conversations have taken place years ago on giving this land back from the provincial government to the MD. It's never been easy on any council at any time. And if we don't deal with it with this council, it in the future isn't going to get any better for anybody. Now, another thing is what I'm here to say is, be aware when somebody sits here and has proposals with little benefit to general ratepayers, whether you're in the hamlet or farming operations, at the financial exposure or hardship to the current leaseholders, whether it be grazing or cultivated lands. Like the direction council moved forward with the grazing associations, and I think they're at a place that is quite amicable. Give the same considerations to these individual leaseholders to keep their farming operations whole and successful within this municipality. And once again, since the first communications were had way back 20, 30 years ago with the province to get these lands back into the hands of the MD, this is the last block of land that needs to be looked at and try to prevent ratepayers from going at each other. Council's not getting along or working towards the benefit of everybody. And I think selling this land to these leaseholders is a big way to move forward. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You had mentioned selling it at the appraised value, less the value of improvements. Did I understand that correctly?
That's just my opinion, and I'm hoping that this council keeps the conversation open with the leaseholders, encourage them to come back, state their case, and negotiate an equitable outcome for all parties concerned.
So I understand selling it at appraised value, but I just need to clarify that less the value of improvements. So the improvements are those things that they have put into the land
Yes.
themselves, and that any value attributed to those improvements should come off of the appraised price.
That's the way I would look at
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, other people who would like to speak to council beside the delegation? Henry, were you wanting to address council? Okay. Henry Tolsma, and when you come, can you state who you're with?
Yeah, I'm Henry Tolson with the Alberta, or the Old Man Leaseholders Association. And in discussion with the cultivated leaseholders, we put together a proposal. I'm just wondering if anybody has not got a copy of that, I could hand it out for you to review.
I don't have a copy of it.
Okay, can I just hand them out? And
Sure.
okay. Yeah, it's just something I hope you look at and take into consideration when you're deciding what to do with the cultivated leases. And I guess since you haven't had time to look at it, you won't be asking me anything about it, so.
This is the first I've seen of it.
Yeah. It's just kind of a proposal of what we thought, what we talked to the leaseholders and what they would like to see, so.
And does this represent all the people who own cultivated leases? Have they
Yeah,
all
the-
signed off on this?
Yeah, like I said before, we've got signatures on all leaseholders to represent them or whatever, so this is ideas people have sent to us that we put on paper.
So just so I understand the Old Man leaseholder, is it a society or just a group of people? And like, do you have a board meeting and minutes and stuff, just so that we can understand as these proposals have come forward? Are they endorsed or just written by one person? I just for clarification of
Yeah.
council.
So I guess you could call us a lobby group. It originated when the first agreement was written up. There was 4 people on the board at that time. And so most of them have retired, so we've taken over their positions. And so after some of these other town hall meetings or whatever, we've had people sign on with us, like, so we can represent them. They don't seem to want to deal with a lot of stuff, so they're asking us to kind of look after their interests, so.
Right. Okay. Council, does anyone, before we leave this, we will ask for a motion to enter Henry's submission. But does anyone have any questions at this time? I realize no one's had time to read or review it. Or maybe some have, but I haven't. Okay, so seeing no questions, then if I could get a motion to receive the cultivation lease proposed changes submitted by Henry Tolsma.
I can make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Ernie. Any questions or comments? That way it can be entered into the minutes. Those in favor? That's carried. Anything else, Henry?
No, I guess right now, until you review it, there's not much, so.
Okay,
Thanks.
sounds good. Thank you. Thank you to those who have taken the time to be involved in the engagement process with council and the MD of Taber. Next, we're moving on to delegations. So we would invite Trail 77 to come forward. And I'll just turn it over to Arliss for a minute. And then while and then we'll do an introduction, and then we'll turn it over to you guys to introduce yourself. The meeting is recorded and live, so when you speak, you're just going to push this red button and it'll stay on for the duration. You don't have to lift it up and down. So Arliss, if you want to introduce the delegation.
Yeah, simply the Trail 77 representatives wanted to provide a kind of a year in review and update on some of their goings on and projects that they've completed. So
Okay,
that's what they're doing.
thank you. And then we'll just start with Murray.
Murray Reynolds, Division 6 Counselor in Chen area.
Lane Johnson, Division 1, west of Tabor.
Hi, John Tricado, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4, Tabor North to the Old Man River.
Martin Connor, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, Bays.
All right, we'll turn it over to you for introductions and to do your delegation.
Okay, I'm Steve Van Geest, and this is Jeff Hamilton. We're both board members of the Trail 77 group here in Tabor. We just want to kind of meet up with you guys and kind of do a bit of a year in review, talk a bit about what we did in the past year and then what we're planning for 2026. And we'll also kind of explain our financial ask to you guys. So I'll just start. We've seen a pretty strong trail use all of last season. Lots of cyclists, runners, hikers, families throughout the coulees. The trails continue to be a well-used asset. Our group started in about 2019 or 2020. Since then, we're up to about 30 to 35 kilometers of maintained multi-use trail. We host a number of events. The Tabor Tough was sold out this year. The Old Man Mayhem was nearly sold out. The Tough Old Man Duathlon was right around 45 people. We had good weather for all the events, so that always helps get people out. Our programs is kind of where I feel our strong suit lands, weekly group rides and runs. They always stay consistent. The Gnarly Niblets Kids program was another success. It sold out again. We started a new youth mountain bike program, so more for like the teenagers. We've seen anywhere from 10 to 15 kids come out weekly. The MVP of the year was probably our Resta hiking group. This averaged 20 to 30 people. They came out weekly, and since then there's been spin-offs where groups are going out daily or every other day kind of thing. The kind of cool part of this group is the age demographic is mostly over 60. So we're kind of tapping into a new group of people. Jeff is the main organizer. A young old. They named the group Rustig, which kind of is a Dutch word for take it easy or stay calm. And I think it really fits. It's been pretty cool to see. Trail maintenance demands increased. We've seen a lot of rain last year, so a lot of our trimming typically is done by the beginning to or end of June, beginning of July. We kind of go through the trails, and by that time, the prairie's kind of dried off. This year, we're maintaining trails well into August. I think one of our strong suits is our trail maintenance. When we go to other trail networks, we see a lot of stuff overgrown. We kind of value, I think a big thing that we value as a board is how well our group and volunteers come out and do all the trail maintenance. Like when you go out there, you can see where the trails are. It's a safety thing. It's aesthetics, people can see where they're going, all that kind of stuff. So the volunteer hours remain strong. And this is an approx number. We kind of try log as much as we can, but we have people go out and do maintenance, like weed whipping or that kind of thing. But we think we're about 675 hours of trail building and maintenance. These hours do not include any of our events. So like the Tabor Tough probably has like 15 to 20 volunteers. The Old Man Mayhem probably the same. So and those are all day affairs where we're getting people out for 6 to 8 hours at a time kind of thing. So our volunteer hours, I think, are well over 1,000 that we see every year. This past season, we've seen some major trail development. The Horsefly Spillway had completed construction. There was a temporary road that was going to get reclaimed. The construction company ended up donating money in lieu of reclaiming that, and we were able to build some trails on there. So Marty McFly, Hurton Albertan, Mater's Junkyard, Redneck Rehab were all built because of that donation. This past fall, we've seen a bunch of trail work come together, and that's part of the partnership campaign that we had partnered with you guys, the MD of Tabor and the town of Tabor, where you guys both committed $100,000. The MD had committed the funds outright, where the town had donated the money to us in lieu or based on us raising 100 grand. We presented it to you guys that way, so that's kind of how we presented it to the community as a, you know, where if we raise $1, we get $2 in return from the MD in the town. So, you know, and that has gone really well. We're well on our way to raising that 100,000. So, a couple other pretty cool items. We were able to get a couple grants. The Lethbridge Community the Community Foundation of Lethbridge in Southwestern Alberta gave us $11,000. The Alberta Blue Cross Built Together gave us 50. Both of them are more for capital, like building new trails or features. So a lot of that money will be spent in this upcoming season. So we're pretty pumped about that. We're hoping to build with the partnership campaign and the fund or the grants, another 10 to 12 kilometers of multi-use trail. We had a pretty cool community event this past fall. The chow mein dinner was well received. We sold out within weeks. That event not only raised some money, but was a cool way to get users and different people out to come hang out and talk about the trails, what we're doing, tell them some of people didn't know what was going on. So it was a good way to introduce things. Looking ahead to 2026, obviously all our programs are going to continue, like the races and the weekly events, but we also are going to be doing a bunch of trail building and expansion. Increased trail use means higher maintenance demands. So our focus will be on turf surface repairs, vegetation management, signage and safety, volunteer support and equipment.
Sorry, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
One other thing, and I don't know if I told you about that. Our Rustic group, am I saying that right?
Close.
Want to have an event next year. So we're going to have a week-long event down in the MD Park where we, for 5 days, we go out and hike some of the different trails. And then on a Saturday, we have a big group hike where we go and hike 10 or 15 kilometers and have sort of an event. So that's another event that Trail 77 is going to do next year.
So we'll go into the funding request. We asked you guys for $10,000. I know policy for, I think, groups for funding is typically in the $5,000 range. We're open to whatever the appetite is of council. The reason we asked for 10 is we kind of budgeted about 10 grand from the town of Tabor and 10 grand from the MD. Plus we sell memberships, which have been super strong. We're in that 180 member mark. I don't know exactly what our membership was last year. I know it's similar around there. So all those funds plus corporate and personal donations come in. And what we do, we do obviously the vegetation management. We replace boardwalks, a ton of trimming. Like we buy the weed whippers for the people to use or volunteers to use any types of equipment. And again, a lot of the maintenance I think is a real highlight of this group, where you can go to other networks and if the trails aren't maintained, you end up getting lost or you end up hurting yourself because you can't see where the trails are. And that definitely has been a focus. And when we first started with you guys and the town, that was our promise to not only build trails, but make sure they stay usable and safe.
And signage.
And signage too. So all the new trails that we're going to be building have all been signed. They go into the big kiosk. Just so everyone knows where they're going. So, is there any questions or?
Council, any questions at this time? It has been an incredible addition to our community and the number of users. You can't go out to the trails without seeing people of a variety of ages, from toddlers to seniors. And I think that new group has really expanded the trail network and understanding of what's going on out there. I just would like some clarification. So $20,000 plus your memberships plus your fundraise dollars, is that to hire someone or is that to have volunteers do the work? And I do feel at some point this complex of network might need staff, but I just wonder where we're at this point.
We've had the conversation about hiring people through some of these, I don't know what the grant is called, but it's like a student grant. Penny from Progressive, I think, grant writer. She had brought up something. At this point, we haven't gone into serious conversation about it, but it is something that has been brought up. Right now, most of it's done by volunteers. We have a lot of families that come out. Like I said, we budget a lot for materials for boardwalks, fuel, the weed whippers, signage, all that kind of stuff. I feel fiscally, we stretch money really well. I think as a smaller group, we have no overhead, any of that stuff. So the money that we have gets put directly into the network, and we try stretch it with approaching companies where, hey, we can get some in-kind donation on equipment, or we approach a lot of our like hardware stores, like we'll buy your twisted lumber, you know, and then they help us with discounted material that way. And so we use money really well, and all the focus goes to the trails. So
Anyone else have a question?
It's more of a statement. Yeah, I know the trails are used very well, and it's getting to be, that's a lot of trails. Like we're looking at, you know, by the time you're done, so you're thinking to get, you know, 10 to 12 kilometers more. So you'd be looking at, you know, 45 to 50 kilometers of trails. And so I would assume then the maintenance costs are going to go up annually. So through memberships and annual funding, that's how you're hoping to, I guess, maintain that. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So this would be the second year you've come with a 10,000 ask. Is 20,000 the right number to maintain? And are you looking for us to, that to be an annual donation? Is that something we should look at for our budget? What are you thinking?
If we could, I know with the town, we've gone towards the annual, they've kind of put it into their budget. If we could do that with the MD, I think that would be much appreciated. We'd still like to come talk to you guys and kind of give you guys a yearly review and stuff like that, but knowing some of those funds are there would help us quite a bit.
Okay, anyone else have questions or comments?
No questions, just comments. I know that the system is well used. Their family members come down from Lethbridge to use it, and elderly neighbors are out there using the trails as well. Get very positive comments about the benefits of the trail system, and congratulate you guys on a job well done for that.
Thank you.
I know you have your poster that was given to the MD. If you wanted to show it, and if you turn it that way, then the camera can catch it from behind. It won't be perfect, but that just gives you a bit of an indication, and then council can take a look at that. I
And
have
we'd like to give you guys this poster.
Okay. Oh, for our office then?
Yeah.
That would be great. And then that way people can come and see it and we can have a comprehensive understanding. Is the sign network going well? And
Yeah, as we've been building, it doesn't happen per se the next day, but I feel we're really well, like if you go anywhere within the network, you can know what trail you're on, the rating of the trail system, like if it's a blue or a green or a black trail, the name where you're at, everything's been put on a couple different apps like Trailforks, where users can go out and at any given point, if they have that app, see where they're at, where they need to go, where the parking lots would be, where the washrooms would be. Those things, which is a pretty common thing if you're into anywhere like biking or hiking or any of that stuff. A lot of these users are using apps like this too. So
okay. Well, as a follow-up to Lane's comment, we really appreciate the time you've taken. We feel you have enhanced our municipality, and we appreciate the time you've taken today to come and let us know.
okay. Can I leave this somewhere with you guys?
Sure, we can receive it if you'd like. Council, would you like to do a picture with Trail 77? And then we can receive the plaque.
Sure.
So their departing comment that may not have been picked up on the mic was that if council would like to ever have a private hike or would like to join their regular group Wednesday at 9. So at this time, I would like to have a motion to receive the presentation of Trail 77.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comment? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. It's a pretty short one today. Correspondence Speaker Rick McIver has sent a letter to municipalities congratulating us on our election and encouraging us to work closely with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Rick McIver was the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and he definitely understands the role. As well, he was a councillor for the city of Calgary, so he respects the work we do and encourages us to work with municipal affairs. So at this time, I don't think we need to have a request for any exemption, just a motion to receive the consent agenda.
I can give you a motion to receive the consent agenda.
Thank you. Questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, upcoming meetings and events. I'll turn that to Arliss.
There's a few things to look at here real quick and garner a little bit of feedback with respect to attendance of council. Also, as usual, make sure that what we have on the far right side is accurate. With respect to the January 23rd Taber District Chamber of Commerce, we planned on purchasing a table for the Municipal District of Taber Council. If we have more, we'll purchase more tickets. So if we could get an idea on that, that would be great. Council strategic priority planning is set for January 28th and 29th. The location will be sent out soon. It will likely be at Star on 54th. And we did send out a preliminary survey for council to complete over the next week for that event as well. January 30th, that same week, we have economic development training for elected officials for those that are interested, and that invite was sent out to our neighboring municipalities as well. So those are just a few of the highlights. With respect to, we do have coming up in March, potential opportunity. Typically we submit our matters of interest or policy interest to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. They've reached out and we need to respond back to them to see if council has interest in meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, along with the 3 policy topics that are pertinent to their ministry. So feedback in that respect would be actually quite helpful today, so we can respond back to them. And anything else that's on here.
Council, do you have any additions or comments on this? And then we'll spend a little time on the municipal affairs question. I just want to advise you for Foothills Little Bow, you may have seen in the agenda circulated by Arliss that there will be a bear pit session, and that will include MP Bexty, newly appointed Minister of Environment, who happens to be one of our MLAs, Minister Grant Hunter, will be there. The Associate Minister for Rural Health, Associate Minister Wright, and Minister Nathan Newdorf. So they will be running a bear pit session, all 4 in the same format as RMA. So if you have questions that you would like to bring forward, I don't see it necessarily as a council question. It can be individual, just like at RMA. There is 3 resolutions. The one that may be the most impactful that I'd like you to take some time with is County of Warner is proposing a different voting format at RMA. So just to be aware, they would like to look at a similar format as Ag Service Board. So just so you're prepared when you go to that. meeting and we have great attendance on Friday. Okay, any other items before we move to municipal affairs? Okay, so we'll just move on to municipal affairs. We're looking for 3 policy issues pertinent to the ministry. I don't know if that is how they determine if we get to meet with municipal affairs, but it certainly is important to us. I think we should bring back our assessment and farmland assessment and taxation. That's always been an important one. We have discussed that with the minister informally. He has sent back an email or a letter regarding that discussion, and so this would be the first time this new council would get to meet with him on it. I don't know if that's how you would like to address that, and if you have other items you would like to bring forward.
Farmland assessment as well as infrastructure funding, and I know that's not directly related to municipal affairs, but it's an important issue. And I don't know where the police funding discussion takes place, and I don't know that we shouldn't bring that up also with municipal affairs.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on ideas that you would like to bring forward to Minister Dan Williams? Yes, Lane. Oh, you're okay? All right. I do think police funding, even though it might not be directly, it definitely would play a role. Do you think, Carlos, they would address that?
I think they'll.
They would allow
If
that?
we're granted a meeting, they'll listen to us.
Okay. Do those 3 items give you adequate policy information?
Yep.
I think we can use the same format for farmland assessment that we used in the past. I don't think we have to recreate anything. Do you want a motion to that effect?
No, I think this is
Adequate?
adequate.
Okay, anything else on meetings and events? So please keep in touch with our LACE if you have a change to your availability or you would like to be added. So with that, I would take motion on up, and maybe I should ask council, based on your committees, is there anything that we're missing?
Southgrow will be coming up with the economic development for elected officials workshop as well. That will be provided to all municipalities. So if someone can attend that on council on the day we have scheduled, Southgrow will be coming up with another date. They don't have it yet. Once that's brought forward, I'll forward it to Lace and Arliss.
Okay, thank you.
Also, at the beginning of March, there's Highway 36, whatever they call it, Old Veterans Highway Association, a 1-day symposium or convention or whatever in Hannah.
All right, when you have those details, you could forward them on to
Okay,
Lace. That would be great.
I should just forward the email to her. I will do that.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, if it's an open invitation to council, then that would be good. Anything else? So if not, I'll take a motion to receive the upcoming meetings and events memo.
I'll give you a motion to receive the upcoming meetings and events memo.
Thank you. Questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, Rural Road Infrastructure Committee.
So this memo ultimately is as presented. Willing to accept and field questions as best as I can. This is specific to a working committee or a subcommittee of the intensive livestock working group. with respect to that industry impact on rural roads. Administration's perspective is that we think it would be important to be able to be part of those types of discussions. And in addition, I just want to emphasize that there is an initial committee meeting scheduled for January 15th, so in 2 days. So just to take that into consideration as well. And it is in Calgary. And so whoever, if council decides they want to have a elected official participate herein, then we will make arrangements to assist with the travel in that respect very quickly. So I have made arrangements for Corey from a technical or staffing perspective to be involved and attend as well, our Director of Municipal Operations. It would be up to council to decide whether they want to have an elected official from council participate. And this did come as an invite from this group to the MD of Taber.
If the Reeve is open to it, I would suggest that we have the Reeve represent us on this committee.
Thanks, John. Are other municipalities sending elected officials, or is it primarily a staff?
No, both. Yeah, the municipalities that I'm aware of are Ponoka County, Lethbridge County, and they've reached out to us as well.
Is it a 9 in the morning in Calgary?
Likely, yeah, the entire day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can commit. I'm actually in Calgary the day before, but I have a meeting at 5:30 in Lethbridge and at 7 in Lethbridge, which I have already made commitments to attend. So I don't know if attending half the day, if there's someone else who feels that would be important to them or they're available. And then what kind of, is this just to, I've watched what they've been doing at County of Lethbridge, that they've already had some meetings with some feedlot owners and there was positive feedback. They've made it to be quite a highlight story.
So that meeting is 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Sorry, not all day.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to be represented there. And just wondering, is there a clear understanding as to what the commitment is going to be once we jump on board as to how many meetings there will be, where they're going to be, and the expectation going forward?
I believe the initial meeting is to actually finalize and set the terms of reference that would kind of outline exactly those details. So it's kind of a difficult question to answer in perfect detail, but I do believe moving forward they would endeavor to utilize virtual meeting as best as they can. They do have a virtual option for the first one. However, they indicated their preference for the first one is to meet in person, just to finalize the terms of reference. So they did indicate that it would run from, I think I have in there,
Yeah.
about 6 months, January 1 to September 30th. So I don't want to guess how frequently they'd be meeting, but
I'd like to make a motion that we have Reeve Mianega represent us on this committee.
Any comments or questions on that? And then maybe what I'll do is report back and then we can have a further conversation, just so we have a better understanding. Would that be acceptable? Okay. So the motion is to have Tamara represent the MD of Taber alongside administrative staff on the Rural Road Infrastructure Working Committee of the Incentive Livestock Working Group. And then we'll just wait on the dates. Okay, any questions? Those in favor? That motion's carried. So just so that you're aware, I will entertain a break at any time, but when we go into closed session at 11:15, we'll actually pause at 11 to get the technology set up. But if someone needs a break in between time, please just make me aware. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep going. So request for decision, non-bylaw, Star Theater loan request.
So this request for decision is before council as a result of, well, a previous council motion, I believe, as well as a presentation, delegation provided by the a delegate of the Star Theater Group. They requested a loan in the amount of $500,000 to be repaid with interest over a 10-year period. Administration has put together a few different options in short, and our Director of Corporate Services can speak to it in more detail. But the three loan options are a debenture followed by the municipality pursuing a debenture, and then reloaning that debenture money out to Star Theater, as well as just a loan from the municipality, funding it through municipal reserves to be paid back, as well as a guarantee wherein Star Theater could go seek out a loan that we as a municipality would guarantee repayment of the loan if for whatever reason they could not repay it. So those are the three options. The first option I mentioned is longer to take place from a timeline perspective, and the other two options are similar in terms of timeline, and that timeline is provided in the RFT. Mike, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't think so. I think you covered it pretty well. Yeah, it ends up just being the process to go through the time to have these bylaws go through to approve that is the only thing that would be slowing up that process.
So council, at the last meeting, we asked our admin to check into that. There is a few different proposals. Do you have a sense one way or the other on what your preference is? And if you're in favor of, you don't have to speak to you're in favor, but if you have questions or concerns about it. Councillor, or John?
I guess I'll give you the motion that council direct administration to draft a guarantee bylaw to support the Society for Tabor Arts and Recreation in receiving a loan for $500,000 with a repayment period of up to 10 years for the next council meeting.
Okay, even though the motion is now on the floor, so we can continue having discussion. Anyone has any questions or comments? Yes.
I would just add, I have reached out to our financial institution about whether what it looks like on their end if the municipality guarantees a loan. It's not something they had a lot of experience with, but they've had some experience with other housing corporations where they've seen those loans back up or be the guarantee for a loan. It would still be incumbent upon Star Theater to go and get that loan, and whether or not they would be. I think a guarantee like this from a municipal government certainly strengthens their application, but it's still up to they have to qualify for that loan through whatever their chosen finance institution would be. But this would set the MD up to be able to guarantee the repayment of that, which I think ultimately just strengthens their application.
John?
So I guess how is that different than us debenturing it ourselves?
There's no requirement for us to have an outlay of cash. If we were to borrow money from a funding source, then we would borrow that money and then have to loan that money. We'd have to do a borrowing bylaw and then a loan bylaw. I'm not sure if those could run concurrently. Perhaps they could. That'd be the same timeline on that. I don't have to look into that part of it. If we were to loan, just to loan money, then we'd have to deplete a reserve in the amount to then, for the next 10 years that those would be funds that the MD could not use. So there's pros and cons to any of the options. It depends on what the appetite is for providing cash from the MD now versus letting them get it from a financial institution and guaranteeing it. And if there's a default in payment, then we would have to deplete our funding source to make that happen. Either way, through this process, there is a timeline to follow to have those bylaws be passed and the waiting periods, advertising periods, and things.
Is there a sense as to what the differential would be on the interest rate between the MD proceeding with the debenture versus guaranteeing the loan?
There's not that I haven't, it depends on what loan rate they would get. And that's, I think, an unknown at this point. If we were to receive the debenture from loans to local authorities, it's whatever their standing rate is at that time. And then I know, or if they went somewhere else, I don't know what that would be. I think typically it's the loan, when we were exploring different funding options, it's usually about a percent higher than and this is the one instance that I looked at. I didn't look at multiple. The one thing I was looking at had, if we were to borrow from a financial institution, was about a 1% rate, 1% higher than what the Alberta Capital Finance rate was, or the most local authorities rate was.
With that being the case, the most cost-effective option is to move forward with the debenture borrowing bylaw. And I think it would make it easier for the organizers of the theater as well. And certainly make it easier on their part to access the funds that they're hoping to access. And I would certainly support that we move ahead with the debenture borrowing option.
Other comments?
The only thing I'm thinking of is it'd be nice to, if we could have, I forget what it's called, but we're essentially co-signing the loan. And if we have, if it's registered on the title that we have an interest in the title, if something should ever happen, at least we can get some of our funds back.
So I think you're relating to the guarantee side, where it's basically in a way co-signing for the loan. As far as being on title, being registering on title, that would be in an agreement that had to be set with Star Theater as to what the terms of the loan might be, or the terms of the guarantee might be. There's a variety of securities that can be put in place. One being put on title as a mortgager in that way, or if that's not an option that is desired, there's also securities of the assets of the organization, even to the extent of the personal assets of the directors of the organization. I think those are the legal opinion I got, was the varying levels of securities that could be imposed upon the agreement.
Again, that would be if council desires. In the past, some have expressed discontent with that approach, but administration's obligated to kind of consider the protection of the taxpayer's dollar too.
If I understand correctly, the town of Tabor has already issued a debenture and loaned them funds under their debenture.
I believe that was done for their phase 1.
No, they've done a phase 2.
Phase 2. Okay.
They've done some sort of similar loan.
So has the town secured their position by way of a mortgage against the title, or?
I don't know what the town has
registered
done.
interest, because if that's the case, then we would be second to the town who is already registered against the title if they have done, if they've secured their position in that manner.
Have you asked Star Theater their preference? And I realize they're asking us for a financial opportunity, but are they adverse to the proposed that they would seek the loan. I realize administratively it would be much less burden on our staff.
I think their main preference or goal is to receive funds as soon as possible. I think that's their main drive. So, I mean, there's like Mike mentioned, there's pros and cons to kind of each of the options that were referenced. To Councillor Johnson's point, there's cash flow advantage to what he's suggesting, as well as potentially favorable interest rate, more favorable interest rate. But also, if you look at even at a loan from the municipality's reserves, there's or potentially a guarantee, depending on where they get it from, the institution. Repayment might be a little more flexible as well. If we go with the local authorities, repayment is less flexible, but more stable. So we could almost, I'm hesitant to say this, but we could almost finalize perhaps maybe what Star Theater's preference may be, and then bring that as the bylaw or proposed bylaw to the 27th meeting.
If there's a sense of urgency, there's probably a couple different options. We could go ahead with the loan up front and then replenish the reserve with the borrowing from a debenture. And that would get them the funds sooner than what the debenture borrowing option would.
Yeah, or even just from a general funding perspective, or funding perspective as a whole. If we depleted some of our reserve to fund this in the form of a loan, if there's a project that requires loan or debenture in the future, we use it on that project instead of this. I mean, it's just it would just impact a future decision of council. So a loan bylaw and a guarantee bylaw, I think, from a legislative perspective, have similar timelines. And we can ascertain the preference of Star. Between now and next council meeting, and perhaps bring that bylaw for council's consideration.
I believe going the debenture, taking a debenture and doing a loan would then have a double impact on the debt limit as well, because you'd have to you'd impact the debt limit from borrowing the funds and then impact the debt limit on loaning the funds as well. Although the MD's debt limit is, there's a lot of availability within it, so it wouldn't have a huge impact on availability of debt servicing or debt limits, but it's just that would be the impact of doing both of those bylaws.
So which reserve fund would this be funded out of, should we decide to do it that way?
I'd have to look at the reserve balance and determine which one. This is likely to be one that there's a major projects bylaw, or sorry, a major projects reserve, likely come out of that one. I'd have to check the balances of them.
And just for clarity, we're saying it's doable. It's just which method council wants to. If council wants to, which method do we do it? And we can ascertain that preference between now and then, but bring either potentially a loan bylaw or a guarantee bylaw to the next council meeting.
Yeah, so I do think the motion as it stands, do you need to have the word anything added to it, or is this motion, do we need to have an addition to it? Just want to be able to make sure you have clear direction.
You could add guarantee or loan.
Okay.
If that's what council wants to see.
Right.
There is that third option to go with a debenture as well.
John?
I would propose that amendment to read to draft a guarantee or loan bylaw.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor to change the original motion to have council direct administration.
Is
Oh, go
Counselor,
ahead.
is Counselor Turcato not the mover?
Yeah,
I
he
can't
is.
amend my own motion? Or the motion that was on the floor?
I mean, he,
Can you amend it? Or not?
I'll just look, I'm looking at Arliss. He is the mover.
I don't remember. I wasn't
He,
here for your parliamentarian training, but
I don't remember.
could you just withdraw it and then?
sure, he can withdraw it and then,
I can withdraw it then and then I'll read in a new one. That works.
okay.
Is that the right process?
So we
Okay.
would,
That's what I thought too, once it's on the floor.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I was trying to amend it, because I don't. Yeah. Or we can vote it down and we do a new one. Because I don't know that you can amend, I don't know how it works. If I
let's
can
just
amend it.
amend it, but maybe he can't amend his own motion is what you're saying, Arliss, right?
I thought it kind of made it easier, but
Yeah, well, I know. I was just gonna say, can't we just do it as a friendly motion, but I don't want people to feel we're circumventing any process.
whatever council's comfortable with before they vote, I'm good with.
Yes, Martin,
I say we just vote on it and then we'll deal with it again.
okay, so we'll just try to do our best here. So the amendment is to add draft a loan or guarantee bylaw. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Sorry, Arliss, do you have something?
So are you voting on the amendment or the?
Yeah, the
original?
amendment.
I thought we were.
Oh,
No, I think we just vote on the first one and then we reintroduce it.
well, he moved an amendment.
Okay.
So that's why Arliss was just trying to say we could have just done a friendly, but I just want to make sure people are, I was trying to hear what you were saying.
Yeah.
Are you okay with it being friendly? To be, because we're just adding draft a loan or guarantee bylaw.
Yeah, we can do it and then we can discuss it again.
Vote on the amendment.
Okay, so it's the addition of the word, the motion, the amendment is the addition of the word or loan. That's all that we're voting on that will add to the main motion is or loan. Draft a guarantee or loan bylaw.
Can you read the whole amendment?
So the amendment is
Or
strictly,
not the whole amendment, the whole.
we'll read the whole, if it fails or passes, then we'll go back to the main motion. So the motion, if you look under recommendations at the top, that's the motion. And
Okay.
then the amendment is guarantee or loan bylaw, to add the
Oh,
words
okay.
or loan. Is that satisfactory? Do you have enough information to make the vote? Okay, so the amendment reads, following guarantee or loan. Those in favor of the amendment? That's carried. So that is carried. So now this is the motion that is on the floor. So we can have further discussion on this, or if you're ready, yes.
So just to clarify then, this would provide for either a loan, well, we would guarantee with their financial institution the repayment of their loan. Or it will give us the option of going forward with a debenture borrowing bylaw as well. Is that the intent? So council will have to make a decision as to which of those two options we're going to pursue.
So my understanding, and again, this is a good question because it's clarity, is that we will bring either a guarantee or a loan bylaw. And the loan bylaw, the intent is to loan funds from MD of Tabor reserves. The third option would be to pursue a debenture to loan to Tabor, to the Star Society.
Okay, I understand and appreciate that, but I think it's the third option that potentially provides the lowest interest rate charge to proceed with the project. And I think that they would have an interest in having access to the lowest interest rate as possible.
I agree, but council can also, on their own loan bylaw, they can set their own interest rate, so if they wanted to match that, they could, or make it lower. There would be repayment flexibility too, if, with that option, but.
So understanding council, ultimately, we're looking at a way to help the Society of Tabor Arts and Recreation obtain a loan or a debenture or guarantee this 500,000. So that should really be what your concern is. The method that we do it, I trust administration, but is this what you want to be doing? So, and you will have other opportunities to further discuss that when the bylaw comes before us. Yeah, multiple opportunities, and it will be advertised publicly. Martin.
Just to be clear, I kind of went through this before with a different, when I was on a different council. So the main repayment method of this is through fundraising on their part, right? It's not like it's gonna be a business where it's making money. The main key to repaying this is fundraising. So the people on the committee that are there now will be fundraising, however they do it, to repay it. Because the only problem I have is, the other part of it was we had a lot of people retire as soon as we give them money from the society or their volunteers, and then they're still repaying it, but they're doing that. It took on a lot of work for them to repay it. So I don't know this committee, I don't know them, but I just want to be clear if that's the main way that it's going to be repaid is through fundraising.
I think attachment B addresses those concerns in there. People that have come forward with guarantees into the future for the next 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's the part I just want to make clear. It's just not on the people that are on their fundraising. They've had people come forward to guarantee it. It's different than the one I was a part of before.
I'm just in full support of this. I'll be voting in support of moving forward. I think that this would be a very positive contribution to the community. There is a need for it. We don't have anything like this in the community right now, and I would encourage council to support it.
Any other comments? Okay, I will read in the motion that council direct administration to draft a guarantee or loan bylaw to support the Society of Tabor Arts and Recreation in receiving a loan for $500,000 with a repayment period of up to 10 years for the next council meeting. Any further questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, Lacey. All right, we are back and we're gonna go to donation request. And we just have one, and I will turn it to Arliss, who will then manage.
Yeah, the donation request that's before council is with respect to the Trail 77 request. They were in attendance earlier today. In the past, requests that exceeded $5,000, not all the time, but often. And I believe the policy does speak to this as well. Council requested those requests that exceeded $5,000 to come present delegation. And I guess ultimately Trail 77 was ahead of the game. They scheduled both, or they submitted both forms for the same council meeting. So that's kind of a bit of the context or policy context behind their request, and the details of their request are included in the RFD with the attachments, as well as what they explained earlier today. So it's before council for consideration. We haven't had, well, just one kind of additional side note. We haven't had a chance, but they will be coming in a future council meeting here at the beginning of the year. Haven't had a chance to put it together, but we'll provide a summary of the contributions and donations from 2025 to community organizations, events, and activities, just for informational purposes, just so council is aware of kind of what happened in the past year. That's a side note from the matter at hand in this RFD.
So I have a statement and a question. So Trail 77 to me adds an element of recreation to our municipality that we haven't had before. And it has been thriving, and the amount of volunteer work is astronomical. So I really respect what they've done. I really believe they have made our municipality more active, and we have seen lots of positive use of our park as a result of it, and economic spin-offs. So I'm very much in support of Trail 77. If we had to, as an MD, run a trail system from the park, it would be very expensive. And if we were asked to maintain it, it would be very expensive. So if we were to exceed my question now, if we were to exceed the policy amount and a motion was made to include it into budget, would it still come from this fund always, so it can be demonstrated where that money would draw from, or what would be the process?
You're looking to make it a regular annual?
If we did that, what would be the implications? Or does administration feel that it should be an annual request, even if it was beyond policy?
No, either way, I mean, council could make that budgetary decision and allocation if they wanted to make it an annual part of the budget. We would just try to specify that. And as far as implications, the implication would be additional funds for, like, additional expense for the budget. Expense, not in negative context, but just additional expense. If council wants to see that, we can entertain that direction for final budget if you like, to reflect it that way. Either way, wherever you reflect it's coming from is up to council. It doesn't really make a difference.
John?
So either way, it would show up on the same spreadsheet, regardless of what method we're using?
Do you want it to show up on the same spreadsheet? I guess I'm not sure. We'll not to sound okay. Go ahead. He might just save me from putting my foot in my mouth.
We try to summarize all the donations, contributions. You'll notice in summary, last year we included all of the even the recreation donations that we did. So we just try to show them in there, and then we show how they contribute to the total amount of budget that's been assigned to under the policy for donations. So they're all in the same spreadsheet, which potentially could make it a bit complicated, but you will see how the donations correspond to the total budget in the spreadsheet. So Again, we do share all of our contributions in one spreadsheet, so we can see what we donate to recreation and all the community donations that we do. And then the budget itemizes it at the end, so you can see what the balance is as we go through the year.
So something you will see, again, bit of a side note, but it may answer or partially answer the question, Councillor Takeda, is as part of kind of annual regular policy review, specific to this policy, administration is kind of contemplating the idea that we'll bring forward for council feedback of actually breaking out some of our regular annual contributions to such entities as, for example, Taber and District Chamber of Commerce, Vauxhall and District Chamber of Commerce. Maybe this is another consideration, and it's more so based on the rationale of, well, if we're funding these agencies annually and regularly, it's likely because they're providing some element of service to the municipality, however we define that, and we might want to kind of recognize that from a policy perspective, and that could impact how it looks in the budget as well. But back to my question or follow up on your question is, does council desire to see it in that specific spreadsheet? Or I'm sure there's other ways that even just through regular budget updates, financial updates in the future, it can be seen and recognized. I'm not sure what you're looking for, but.
Murray?
So we had previously allotted a certain amount of funds for the recreation. Have we met that or exceeded it, or?
Not in, thankfully not in 2026, given.
Yeah, good one.
But I don't think we did exceed it, and you can speak to that in more detail, Bryce.
So specific to the donations that were applied under our policy, we didn't exceed it last year. When we had other donations that were funded in different ways, whether it be through reserves or other options, they're itemized in the list, not to be confused that they are not out of that actual donation amount. So the value that we applied last year, which was 109,000, is the budget that's set aside for donations to community groups under the policy, and we continue to utilize that fund as we go along. But it does not be depleted. It's not depleted by donations that we do that we.
It has been commonplace in the past to see that budget sorely exceeded because of the annual, one-off requests that only happen every so often annually. So those are recognized from a financial statement perspective in the same category. But specific to the policy, like Bryce said, we haven't, from what I can recall, I don't think we've exceeded that typical budget amount of 109,000.
That I will note is as 2026, we did increase that value, and so it's shown in the spreadsheet as 136,250. So it'd be a percentage increase, of course.
I guess that's why I asked that question, because I thought it was around 110,000. I see here it's up to 136. So thank you.
One question that came up for me: when we accept applications, is there a requirement for them to submit financials as well for their organization? If not, is that something that we should be asking for in the future?
As part of the process, they are required to submit board of directors, a listing of board of directors as that's seen on the form that we provide to council. In certain circumstances, we do ask for a business case if it's exceeds the 5,000, along with another delegation. So we request additional information, and that typically comes in the form of financial summary, budget summaries, and such.
I guess I'm wondering, would council be interested in that, in making it a requirement that organizations that are requesting funding, that they actually submit financial statements so that we can see what the level of need is and what access they have to other funds?
Any comments on Lane's statement? At one time, I thought that was a fairly regular thing that we had done, but we hadn't reviewed them. We had left that up to our admin team to make that evaluation. But we also knew that sometimes they had larger bank, or that we speculated through other avenues that they had ample bank accounts, but their cases were always seemingly justified and evaluated by council. But that would be another step, I guess, especially maybe if we're going to add them to our annual budget. But we do have other things that
Some groups, if I might add, some groups are definitely not as organized or formal, perhaps, that they would have formalized or finalized financial statements. To be candid, and I know that might sound alarming, but I mean, just similar to the Old Man Leaseholders Association, they're just a loose group of people that have kind of gotten together and come up with initiatives to support the community.
with
right?
respect to Trail 77, they are a society and they do have an annual general meeting and they do have their financials reviewed. They're not required to do an audit, but they present their financials at their annual general meeting. I've attended several of those.
And in suggesting that we would request financial statements, I'm not saying that we would want to have formal audited financial statements. I know some organizations, all they've got is a bank account and
Right.
someone's writing the checks, but I think even if there was just a written summary, here's what we've collected over the year, here's what we have in reserve, or what we've expended, just something that lets us know that there is a need, and the need is evident from what they've submitted, and that there are processes in place for controlling what they've got.
They mentioned it here kind of earlier, but there is a way to get help and some money to go with this. Like, I'm not sure how it works with it's not called the summer student program anymore, but with 45 kilometers of trail coming up, like, I don't know if the MD could help them get a summer student, but it would be tied with this money. That's a lot of free money they could get to help them out. I don't know if the MD's full on how many summer students they can apply for or not, but it would, I think, would really help them out. The cash wise would help pay for that summer student, because it doesn't, I've been part of it before. It's not a lot from the society's impact, but they get a lot of money to pay for somebody to help them. Like, it would benefit them, I think, immensely to have a summer student.
So what I gathered from their presentation is that they have had those conversations through the grant writing service that we support community groups with. So I think that would just have to be a decision that they make to pursue that.
I don't want to speak for them, but I think they are getting closer to that, and maybe not this year. If when you go on their social media or on their website, it is youth groups, youth initiatives, some adult volunteers, like there's hundreds of volunteer hours that are done out there. And I think they're trying to get their network established before they finalize operations. But again, I can't speak for them, but that I think they are working on that. But to Lane's point, I think especially if we're going to do an annual budget item, we definitely should see that, because why? And still have an annual request, right? I'm reluctant to just say 10,000 forever just because. I would still like it tied to an annual. It will be used for operations. It will be used for this or that. Just a straight forever donation can be risky, but I don't mind to have it in the budget either.
Maybe I wasn't really clear. How much work would it be for for administration to help them out get it done this year? So if we only go, they would get a more beneficial impact if we could help them get a summer student this year. I know they're all volunteers and they don't have time. Like, I volunteer a lot, like volunteers are tapped out. And the paperwork's not easy. Is it a lot of work for admin to help them get it started this year? Cause they would gain way more money from that than if we just up it a little bit from 5 to 10. They would gain way more benefit if we could help them. But if it's a lot of work, then we just wait for them to do it. That's more where I was leaning. Like it would benefit them more to have our summer students that way. And they can't do it till next year, they're saying, because volunteers are pretty busy. But if it's a lot of work, I don't know the paperwork involved because I've never actually done it. I've just heard it's not easy, but.
So what the MD has made available as a resource to these groups is the grant writing service that can do that for them. And we've connected them with them, so that resource is there for them. I think it's just, again, I don't want to speak for them, but it's just really a decision of them making that decision to pursue it. So I agree with your perspectives, but there is a resource for them to use to do that. For sure. Bryce, policy-wise?
Yeah, so there is an opportunity for the municipality to receive information under the criteria of evidence of need. So they're required to provide evidence of need. So as far as information, we could set that as a standard as far as, at least a summary of financials to share that. Although as mentioned earlier, the situations are all very unique and projects are all very, very unique. Their interactions with, whether they're interacting with, another group even, where they're working together on projects. So it does get quite complicated, but we certainly could use that as a bit of a baseline for trying to establish that evidence of need financial summary.
And I did mention earlier that we do have this on the docket for review as well in the very near future. So we could incorporate this topic to be codified in policy, right? In a committee discussion for sure. Like, could definitely incorporate that moving forward.
I'm prepared to make a motion if council's ready to.
Murray was just ahead of you. Sorry.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, as far as the, I know when the rec board that I'm with in Hamlet of Enchant, we require them to give financial statements, not audited ones, but some kind of a financial statements. Otherwise, if they're got a whole bunch of money in their bank account, they don't really need it. And I think with the summer student thing, I think that application deadline is already passed for this year. I think it was December, I believe. So I had an email on it from another board I'm on.
Lane?
So I just make a motion then that we approve a contribution to the Trail 77 organization for $10,000 for 2026.
Yep. Thank you. So the motion is that the MD of Tabor approve a $10,000 donation to the Trail 77 Single Track Association for trail maintenance expenses in response to their application to the MD of Tabor donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy. Any questions or comments on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Asset surplus building removal, the CPO Ag building.
Yeah, so the reason this is before council is we do have a surplus disposal or surplus of assets policy, but it speaks primarily to iron or equipment. It doesn't speak to facilities, so that's why this matter is before council. Yes, it is part of an overall capital project that was approved, I believe last year. But to dispose of an asset, we do need to get council's consideration and endorsement. So our director of operations put together this RFD to share with council. I'll let him speak to it in more detail. But it is with respect to environmental cleanup and pursuing that through to the end with respect to this property.
Thanks, Arliss. Yeah, so in 2025, municipal operations undertook a reclamation project at our old operations facility in town here in Tabor. We got one of the sites cleaned up. The second site is next to the CPO building. We were hopeful that it wasn't gonna go under the building, but what we found is it does go under the building. The consultant that we had working for us, we had them do additional testing, so we test pitted on the outside perimeter of this CPO building. We did see some staining, that kind of indicates that it's going under the building. We don't know where the contamination or the contamination is outside of parameters, where that limit is under the building. But we know that it's under there. For us to get a clean site, we have to remove the building. That would be the easiest and cheapest option right now. The consultant did supply us with two other alternatives. One of the alternatives was to inject a chemical into the contaminated site. This, my understanding, will take some years for it to work, and it may not work on some of the contaminated soil that is in the ground there. It's one of those things that you try it and you wait and see, and then you may end up having to remove it anyways in the end. The other option is to leave it in situ, and take on that long-term liability of that site. So what we're proposing is to surplus the building, have someone, well, it would go out to public for a closed bid type auction, and the successful high bidder would have an option to remove it at their expense. We would give them a time frame, and once it's removed, we would mobilize the site, demolish the foundation, and then continue the reclamation of the site.
John?
I have a couple questions. One is this where they house the handy bus currently as well?
No, it is
Okay.
not. No.
Okay. And then I guess a follow-up to that was, we had a primary site that was, reclamation was done. Was that done successfully in the
That-
first site?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. And so are they thinking, what are the thoughts on this one? Is it gonna be as invasive, or is it gonna be less? Or like, what are your thoughts on the capacity of removing the building, and then I guess how much will be there? Is there any idea of what it might look like?
Well, this is a continuation of an area that we've already reclaimed, right? So we've already reclaimed everything outside of the building. We had to abandon the project because it went under the building. So we did put up a curtain wall, and backfill with clean fill on the site that we did reclaim. We know that there's contamination under the building. It's hard to, without doing some exploratory holes through the actual internal slab, it's hard to know exactly where that limit is. But like I said, when we did test pit on the south side of the building, which is the opposite side of what we've reclaimed, we did see some staining in the soil. It met all the thresholds. The soil samples came back meeting the thresholds, but there was some staining. So it could very well be the full foundation, or it could be half.
Is this the building on the north end of that property that you suggested when we were touring, that there was a bit of a landfill pit or something there?
That's right.
That's the one?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not just fuel staining, contaminated fuel, or contamination from fuel, it's other materials in the ground as well?
That's right. Yep.
I think the option is obvious, so if someone is ready, Marie?
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor approve the removal of the former CPO building at the former public works site at 6302 52nd Avenue or 52nd Street in Tabor. It's a further recommended that the building be auctioned off to the highest bidder for the, with Pritchard being responsible for removal of the building and its components.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is policies, the cultivation policy for discussion and feedback. I just wanted to note it's 10:43 right now, so we can start this conversation for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we will take a recess. Is 5 after okay, Arliss, or would you, okay, at 11:05, we'll recess to get ready for our closed session item. And we'll probably, yeah, should we go into closed session before we recess, just so that everything, we're not in and out? Okay, sounds good. Okay.
So this we have before council for potential feedback. If they, I believe council signaled to us that they want to see this and discuss this further. The policy that is attached to this memo was passed on August 19th, 2025, with respect to cultivated lands that are owned by the MD of Tabor. So we're here to ultimately receive feedback and if council desires to see anything change. So it really is, I mean, we'll facilitate discussion as needed, but it's here at the behest of council.
Does anyone have any comments or questions they'd like to make regarding this policy that was passed in August? Lane?
So if we do nothing, it stands as it was approved previously then?
That would be correct.
One aspect I believe that's fairly certain, I guess it does depend on, we're talking about drafts here, so it's difficult to, is that we've received direction from council to draft a agricultural land sales policy. So that may take the place of the land sales portion of this policy in the future. But again, that would be in a draft stage, so it's difficult to speak like it's finite at this point.
Martin?
So if I'm understanding this correct, it doesn't come in effect till March 1st of 2027, what's proposed that has been. So we can still discuss this for the next year, really, nothing. It can, if it doesn't get decided today, we can still bring this back up and we still got a year to decide on this, correct?
You have some time before it comes into effect. I mean, it would be nice to, and in no way to try to haste council, like it would be nice to get this matter dealt with and move forward with. However council wants to see it. This project has been definitely living up to the government stereotype in terms of speed. So I guess if there's an advantage or if there's a need to kick it down the road for another year, council can do that. I don't see that need. I think council's pretty, I can't speak for you guys. I think you're, again, it's policy review, so we're here to seek that feedback from council.
Martin?
Well, we just got it something presented today that we could read, and it'd be nice if all 7 of us could be here to do it. I know we always all can't be here, so we can't wait until all 7 of us are here, but we're not in a rush to get this done. So we got something we could review that they presented, and we could re-present it when the next one, and once we review this and see where we're at for the next one, when all 7 of us are here. And if not, I realize we can't wait all the time for all 7 people to be here, but we got something we could read over, and we're not in a rush to get it done today, I don't think. So.
I think the other component, if I might add, I could appreciate those comments that something else was added today. Whether or not council wanted to capitalize on a potential engagement initiative with respect to the grazing changes, did they want to include this as well? If the answer is no, then that's irrelevant, but just trying to deal with the lands as a whole.
So I just want to clarify what you said. So right now we have the changes that have been made to the Grazing Association being vetted by the lawyer. And then once they are approved in draft by council, then we had intention to take them to the public in some form or another. And so the idea would have been to try to do this in tandem rather than be under the time crunch.
Just to do them together as we always have. So
right.
To be consistent with from a practice perspective. So to answer your clarification, Reeve, the direction I believe, as I understand it, again paraphrasing, that we have from council is to have some of the directions with respect to grazing policy and associated leases for council discussion and feedback at the January 27th meeting. We also have direction to provide council with a public engagement consultation approach at that same meeting, January 27th. And we also have direction from council to bring a draft agricultural land sales policy to that same meeting, January 27th. So we are trying to take advantage of the lands project as a whole, but we'll pivot and adjust as needed from an administrative perspective. So I hope that provides.
Yep, that's fine for me. I have no proposed changes, so it's not something that I see, but Lane.
I appreciate the interest in trying to move them forward at the same time as the grazing leases, but I'm thinking that there's chances that there will be things come out of that grazing lease policy review and community engagement process that may set precedent for how we would deal with the cultivation lands as well. And I'm just wondering if we need to focus on completing that grazing lease policy review and community engagement process first, and then we can come back to the cultivation leases at that time. I just not sure if it's going to be time well spent for us to sink our teeth into this one right now when we're still dealing with the grazing leases.
The timeline is an issue for me. We're already now under the gun. We have leases for grazing coming up. Now, Marty, you have a cultivated lease. How much time would you want to know what the MD is going to do. That was always the intention, is to have these leases ahead of time. What is the amount of, what's the right amount of time to give a leaseholder an understanding of what's happening?
I always said, I'm not sure why it wasn't done at the end of the farming year, rather than when you're trying to farm, so. I always said, like, I'm not sure why they don't send it out in October. And you know what you're dealing with for the next year. I never did understand why it was when you're getting ready to send your cattle out, or when you're ready to put seed in the ground, why it was that date. When your farming year is complete, you're starting to plan for your next year. I think that's when it should be. When your farming year is complete, you should be able to start planning for the next year, not wait till the next year started. And I think on here, it's, we're giving the grass 5 years because it's, a lot of this has been family farms, grass, cultivated and everything. I think they should all get the fair opportunity to try to get everything in a row and be able to see where they stand. Like, to give them 1 year to make a decision on that is on one group and not the other group. I think it should all be the same. I think it should be, all the groups should be treated the same, I'm thinking. If you got, it's what we're kind of leaning towards now, so I think they should mirror each other, but that's the grass where you got 5 years to get your everything in place and decide what you want to do. And
Are you making a motion to that effect, or like, I mean, the idea is it was asked to be brought forward. And so, but if you don't want to deal with that today, then we'll just carry on and we won't do anything with this.
it wasn't my motion bringing it forward. I was wanting to get grass done. I'm not sure how cultivation got thrown where I understand it'll be easier to just have one, but we don't have to get that one done today, but if we want to get it done today, I'd like to see it mirrored. I'd like a motion to make it mirror the grass.
Is that a motion? And you don't have to. I want to make sure I'm not missing something.
I would like this brought back next meeting myself. That's my motion.
Okay, the motion on the floor right now, and then I'll take any comments or questions, is that the cultivation land and policy lease be brought back to the January 27th meeting. I'm going to go to Lane, then to you, John.
I'm wondering, instead of bringing it back to the next meeting, we just put this on the next committee of the whole meeting when we've got some time to spend focusing on the broader issue as it relates to cultivated lands.
Is an amendment. I just heard from Marty asking, so.
Can I move an amendment to the motion and that it be brought back to the next committee of the whole meeting?
Okay. So the amendment to the original motion is to remove to the January 27th council meeting and add to the next committee of the whole meeting. So that is the amendment on the floor. Any questions on the amendment? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion does not pass. So the motion on the floor right now, and we still have time to talk about it, is that the cultivated lease discussion be brought to the January 27th council meeting? John?
So I'm not certain, like, we're gonna have a lot to discuss at the January 27th meeting because there's significant changes made to the grazing leases. So we have time today to do this because we have a fairly small agenda. I'm not sure what postponing it does. I don't think anything will change between now and then. I guess, I don't know why we're not discussing it today.
Martin?
I just want to be clear how this works. So it got voted down to postpone it, but a counselor can re-bring it back up after the meeting, correct? You can add something to the agenda. I'm not sure how this all works.
So if
This got voted down to bring back to the next one, but
it's a committee of the whole, but
Yeah.
the motion to bring it back to January 27th is still on the floor.
yeah,
So we can
Okay.
vote,
on that one.
yeah, in favor or against that one. And at any time, our agenda has an opportunity for council requests for information and motion so that you could ask for anything to be brought forward or discussed.
So just to be clear, anything voted down can be brought back again to be put onto a future agenda, correct?
Correct, because we do not have a policy that has a timeline even for not bringing it forward. Is that correct, Arliss? I
No,
just,
council can bring it back.
Yeah.
It's more so, that is more so if you look at our procedural bylaw in the context of if a delegation comes to council
Yeah.
making a request and then it's voted down, then there's a timeline that's relevant.
Mhm.
But not in that circumstance.
Martin?
So just to be clear then, so if we vote this down today, we can bring it back. It's just to be clear on that. No.
Procedurally,
Yes, all right.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to bring the discussion to the January 27th meeting. Is there any further comments or questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? So that's a tie, so it fails. So then, as of right now, that current policy is active as of March 1st, 2027 at this time.
I mean, what's on here is for like the agenda item that we're
Yeah.
voting on,
Is to
is to have
review it.
discussion and review.
Yeah.
And so
I just wanted clarification on that.
you're either gonna do it or you're not
Okay,
at some point.
sounds
So-
good. Martin? Oh, sorry, Lane.
I had expressed previously that I think it would be appropriate for us to try and reflect similar changes in the policies that are being considered for the grazing leases. And I guess I would make a motion then that those sections of the changes in the grazing leases that are being considered also be reflected in the cultivated lands lease policy as well. So those were the ones that were reviewed during our last meeting on December 16th. There were several motions that were made that would change the terms and conditions for the grazing leases. And I just want those brought forward to be included in changes to the cultivated lands lease.
Okay, I think to be clear, we're gonna have to outline what each of those are because this is too vague of an motion.
We can pull that up if you give us a couple minutes,
Yep,
couple
for sure.
seconds. Prices pulling up. Oh, email it to me.
And then actually, because it's quite complex, then we should probably wait to have a written version, which will probably require some copy and paste. So I would,
From a,
go
could we
ahead.
maybe like, before we deal with the next agenda item and
So my proposal, and I'll just see if council's open to this, that we will, Lane has a motion on the floor, but we need to see it in its full context. So I'm not dismissing that at all. But I would suggest we take our recess to prepare for our closed session item. Move into closed, we're gonna move into closed session. And then when we come out of closed session, Lane can review the draft of his motion to determine if it meets what his intention is. That would be satisfactory. So we're gonna just pause the discussion on this conversation. There's a motion on the floor. And then we're going to ask for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 28 sub 1 sub B of the ATIA Privileged Information 28 Legal Privilege Matters times 2. And so I would ask for a motion to move into closed.
Motion to go into closed.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? So we'll go into closed session
send it
now.
to me?
Okay. All right, so there's no motion coming out of closed, so I would ask for a motion to come out of closed, I guess, first.
I'll give you a motion to come out of closed session.
Okay, at 12:15, those in favor of coming out of closed? And we have no motion coming out of closed. So we will take a recess for lunch and then come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, we will resume the January 13th, 26 regular meeting of council. It's been brought to my attention that we have an emergent issue that is looking for a letter of support from the Vauxhall Ag Society. If council is so willing, I would ask for a motion to add it following the discussion on cultivation. So I'd look for a motion to add, thank you, Lane, to add the Vauxhall Ag Society Phase 2 letter of support. Those in favor? And then we'll have a discussion after. Thank you. Okay, we are resuming our agenda at the cultivation policy. We had a motion that was on the floor made by Lane.
So I appreciate that there's need for clarity. We'll have to go back and revisit a number of those that were made on grazing leases. But going back to the minutes from the last meeting, would start with Resolution 542. I'm just wondering, is it anticipated that there will be transitional cultivation leases going forward? Or was the transitional grazing leases for grazing purposes only?
That's a good question, actually. Never thought of it in that way. There are some that have been tendered over the last several years, and there's some that have been traditionally held by the same family or same person for many years. That being said.
So not necessarily the same categories
as
grazing.
because there was that really distinction between the tax recovery lands and the MD lands, which were both now rolled into transitional leases. But I guess, are we treating the people that have tendered them differently than the people that have had them historically? I guess is the question then. Otherwise we could have tendered grazing leases and.
Currently, the policy contemplates the tendered cultivation lease and just a cultivation lease.
The intent going forward was to tender all the leases, all the grazing leases, and offer the people that currently have them to give them the first right of refusal for a 5-year lease.
That was cultivation, not grazing.
Cultivation, sorry. Yeah.
So just, if I may, so Resolution 542 from the last council meeting was speaking specifically to the grazing lease policy be changed to allow a tenant to assign, sublet, or sell a transitional grazing lease within the 5-year term. I'm suggesting that if there's going to be something similar to a transitional cultivation lease, that the same rights should be granted to those that hold those leases. If there isn't provisions or anticipation of that being the case, then we can move on. But if there is, cultivation leaseholders should be given the same rights to sell, sublet, or assign a transitional cultivation lease.
Understanding that those leases only for 5 years. Because after that 5 years, they'll be tendered as currently proposed. They'll be tendered again after 5 years with no first right of refusal. So probably the desire by most would not be to buy a lease that's going to expire in 2 years, but you don't know. I guess I can't put thoughts into people's heads on business practices.
I just go back to the reason why we did this for grazing leases is that people will be interested in being in a position to trigger a purchase of the property. And that's why if it's being done for grazing leases, that same right should transfer through to those that hold cultivation leases. That's my rationale.
That makes sense, yeah.
How long has it been since any cultivation leases were allowed to be sold?
Are you talking about the right?
The
right to
rights to be.
So
I'm thinking it's probably been close to 10 years since that's happened.
So
So just to clarify then, as a new member of council, so it hasn't been past practice then for cultivation leases to be sold, they usually just expire?
They expire and we've just just kind of on an automatic, not through council to renew those leases again for the next term, whatever, 3 to 5 years or whatever it decided on at that time. So no, when they get surrendered, then we have tendered them out to residents if they're done with using them. You could, sorry, one more clarification. You can assign them to your family though, to immediate family, just not sell them to your neighbor.
In the past, it had been, when they went out for tender, you put out a bid for the right to rent them though, right? So people have paid some good money back in the day for the right to rent that land?
Like John had asked, that was the last time we did that was probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is cases where people have bought in those leases, yes, with the understanding that they were buying the rights to lease to lease them. Yeah.
But for clarification, with an end date to the contract. There was an end date on those contracts, yes or no?
Yes,
Okay.
but the practice was then to renew them. And
We've only had it for 20 years. So, right, we've only had twice that we've renewed them?
No, they were typically 3 years.
Okay,
The cultivation.
Cultivation.
just
leases,
cultivation. But they had it, okay.
So every 3 years, we'd bring it back to council. What are you asking for new rates? And council
Okay.
would set that and would renew those leases with the current leaseholder.
Okay. John, then Lane.
I have a follow-up to that as well. So how long has it been since oil and gas revenue was able to be shared with cultivation leaseholders?
That was terminated in 2021. We stopped paying oil and gas payments to leaseholders.
And was that on all cultivated leases?
Yeah.
Even the tendered ones?
Yes, especially the tendered ones. Whenever they were tendered, any tendered lease didn't even in those days, didn't have the clause in it that we paid oil and gas. That was removed as it was tendered.
What year was that again?
2021.
Okay, thank you.
On the tendered ones, we're all.
All of them.
Yeah.
We haven't paid oil and gas on cultivation since 2021.
Haven't paid for 2021. So does the oil company still pay for inconvenience to the MD or anything, or loss of use, or?
Just annual rental payments.
But in the contract, like on my oil field, on my land that we had, yeah, it was different parts of it, right? You had your different steps, and part of it was inconvenience.
That's how they establish the rent. Yeah, a certain portion of it is the
Inconvenience. It's built into that. So the oil company won't have to pay that if it's not getting paid out then?
Say that again,
The
sorry?
oil company won't have to pay that out then if it's not getting paid out to the farm then? It's kind of paid to the farmer, right?
Well,
Part of the,
it's to the landowner, I guess.
Yeah.
No, they'll continue to pay it.
So I just want to acknowledge then that the submission we received this morning from the Leaseholders Association suggests that the cultivated lands lease should be given the right, or leaseholders should be given the right to sell their lease to other parties, but from what I understand, Dan, it hasn't been past practice for that to be done with cultivated lands at all.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So with resolution 542 from the last motion, with it not having been past practice, probably no point in granting a right that wasn't there previous to this. land lease compensation, you're saying it has not been paid since 2021 on cultivation leases, so I acknowledge that. Again, in the submission that we received, it had requested council consideration that lease payments be passed through to the holders of those cultivation leases on the basis that it hasn't been in place for the last 5 years. That's probably a valid point, that why would we go back and reinstate something that hasn't been there in the last little while. Resolution 548 from the last, may I just continue on?
Yes.
Sorry. Resolution 548 from the last council meeting, this provides for assignment of leases. It was grass leases to family members. The submission we received this morning requested that that council consider granting that same right for cultivation leases. And I suggested that would be an appropriate thing to do. The direction was that we want to move in that, the direction given to administration was we want to move in that direction on grazing leases. I think it's appropriate to harmonize it and apply that same principle to the cultivation lands as well. So that would be one of the motions that I would want to make.
Okay. So that you're moving then that the cultivation policy be amended to include assignments to immediate family members?
Correct.
Would that still, just for my own clarification, those family members would need to reside or in the MD of Tabor?
Whatever the requirement is going to be that applies
Okay.
to family members under the grazing lands would be the same parameters for cultivation lands.
Okay. All right, so we'll just give Lisa a moment.
I'll do it.
For Arliss.
Does that, you'll have to make sure that it reflects what your intention is, Counselor.
Yes, that's the intention. So I would move that the cultivation policy and lease be amended to include assignment to immediate family members.
Okay, the motion is on the floor. Any comments or questions regarding this motion?
So
I can make, so I'm just gonna make my comment. I can vote in favor of this, but only within the 5 years. And so a lot of my yes or no's will be contingent on what happens with how we go forward. But if we're operating, right now, just on this, and it's to do a draft, I assume that it is to prepare a draft, then I can support this.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lee.
yes, that's the understanding. All this is coming back in draft for further review by council.
Okay.
But the actual wording would be that the cultivation lease policy be amended to include assignments to immediate family members. And then just delete and lease after the first. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this amendment? The amendment, or the amendment, I'm sorry, the motion. The motion reads that the cultivation lease policy be amended to include assignments to immediate family members. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, go ahead, Lane.
Going back to the last council meeting again, resolution 547 provided for direction on public engagement for the changes being made to the grass leases. And I'm suggesting we do the same thing for cultivation leases as well. So resolution 547 as it applies to the cultivated lands would be that council direct administration to develop a public engagement and consultation process to gather feedback on the proposed changes to the cultivation lease policy following review of the draft.
Thank you. We'll just give Lace a moment. Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to develop a public engagement and consultation process to gather feedback on the proposed changes to the cultivation lease policy following review of the draft. Any further comments or questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I believe that that's it then that would actually apply going forward. And having had conversations on the other points already.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak to the cultivation? Yes, Marty?
What did we decide on the selling cultivated? Because we had a member come in here earlier saying he'd like the same opportunity. He spoke to council this morning to get two appraised values and first right of refusal, the same as the grass. And right now it just goes up to bid. What did we decide on that, or did we talk about that at all?
We haven't spoke about it. Go ahead, Lane.
So it's my understanding that administration is coming back with a policy that would outline the parameters for moving forward with the sale of lands. And
all land?
It's my understanding that that would apply to both grasslands and cultivated lands.
Yeah,
If I'm
I can confirm that. If you look at 543 here, it does reference some kind of process or approach with respect to determining market value, similar to what we heard earlier today. And it should be able to be easily transitioned to either grazing or cultivation, agricultural lands essentially. And then that would kind of impact the land sales portion of the cultivation policy.
Martin?
All right, that works on that one. Then what about the lease term for 5 years because people have paid money to get these, even though it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. It was still a lot of money back then, which would be more money now. To give them we set the rate and give them a 5-year window to try to get, because a few of these people are not big farmers, and to get their everything in a row to see if they can do it and see if they can trigger a sale to buy it, or the 5 years, if we set the rate, would be right now it's a 5 years and goes to open bid, it'd be 5 years, we set the term. We set the price and, gives them a chance to, the way the lease sale's going, to give them a chance to get their farm in order.
I think the way that the policy reads now is for those cultivation leases that are already being tendered, that'll continue as per past practice. However, those that are not being tendered, so in other words, those that have perpetually been renewed with existing leaseholders, I think what the current policy contemplates is that there's an initial 5 years that it continue with them for that. I believe what I'm hearing you say is what the policy says right now.
Does it not say it goes for open bids and, but you can still have the right to match it?
At the end of the 5 years.
At the end of the 5, we still set it for 5 more years? We set the price for 5 more years?
Oh, it doesn't? Okay, correct. Just correct me then.
I believe it's to tender right away.
Yeah,
like you
that's
said,
what
and
I'm
then-
trying to
then
get, yeah.
With the
We-
first right
I
of
would
refusal.
prefer us to set it for 5
Oh,
more
okay,
years
that's
and then go to tender. I'd say 5 more years, just like grass, and then it goes to tender after that. Just because some of these people, I've known paid like $6,000 a quarter for the right to rent this, just to change it like that, just to give them a little more heads up to know what's coming, would be fair. Not to say it's not gonna get done, but at least they have a 5-year window to get everything arranged rather than a little bit of time.
Making a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, we set the rate for the next 5 years. It doesn't go to open tender for 5 years to set the rate for the existing ones that will come up in a year's time, to give them 5 more years. The way it's been done, and give them 5 more years. I don't know how I'm gonna exactly word it.
Like, are you referring, just for clarity's sake, are you referring to the cultivation leases that have traditionally or recently been tendered? Or are you referring to the ones that have not yet tendered?
The ones that have not yet been tendered, yeah.
John?
We'll,
So just a similar
just put
process
something
as the group,
then we'll
as
figure
it
out
is, as it's being proposed for grazing, for the transitional leases.
Correct, yeah, yes. I'm not opposed to doing tendered and whatever, non-tendered, to get everybody on the same page. But
Here, I'll do it.
I would be extremely opposed to that because the tendered rates, even though it's not a lot of land, has garnered market value and has demonstrated what the cost of that land is worth. Whereas the other is undervalued.
So as it stands now, if we don't make a change that speaks specifically to this matter, the leases expire next year. I think Councillor Condor, if I understand what you're saying correctly, you want to add another 5-year term that they would be eligible to extend it out for. Would it be appropriate, if that is under consideration by council, to actually set the rate at market instead of just at based on what their lease has been, so that we're actually recovering a value that is comparable to what the market would bear?
I think the rate has already been established via policy, right? Oh, no, it hasn't. It was tendered. Sorry.
How do you establish market rate without tendering it? So when the rate was increased, I think it was last year, the year before, that got it to about 70% of the average market of tendered cultivation leases. It was about 70%. That's where we ended up. But it's still 70%.
Just my fear that if we go to tendered right away, it you can bid an exorbitant amount of money just and then trigger sale right away. You don't have to pay any rent and buy the land. You just trigger a sale right away. If you say you go for open tender, it goes for open tender. Somebody that comes in and has lots of money can just bid whatever they want because they can trigger a sale right away and then buy it. And then there's no rent involved. It's just bought right away.
That's gonna happen regardless, behind the scenes.
Not if the farmer wants to buy it and still farm it. He'll get forced out. If it's a small farm, he'll get forced out easily or whatever. And you're gonna bid whatever you want for rent and just trigger sale immediately, and then that'll be that.
Just because you want to buy it doesn't mean we're going to sell it. Council still has the opportunity to say, no, we're not selling it. So just because you've triggered the sale doesn't mean the sale is going to take place. So that we hold that right on all the lands, and we should. And so that's important.
Does this reflect, Councillor Condor, what you're hoping? We can adjust as needed.
I think you just gotta add in that council sets the rate. I don't see that on there.
Okay.
Or admin, I don't know who sets the rate, admin or council.
That meets you.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion on the floor is that the cultivation lease policy be amended to reflect cultivation leases be offered to existing leaseholders at a rate determined by council, with exception of the current cultivation leases that are being tendered for a 5-year term. Okay, any further comments or questions on the motion? Lane?
Just my comment is the intention of this is to extend the same right for cultivated lands as we are considering for grazing lands. And I think that the rate being set by council gives us a chance to make sure that we're realizing a rate that is closer to market and reflects the need for rate payers throughout the MD to realize a reasonable return on the investment that the public has in those lands.
I'd follow up with a comment on that. And the reason that there is such a difference in the two was we are currently at 70% of the market, whereas the grazing leases, even at the new terms, are maybe 25% of market. So there's a huge disparity here between the two. And so for going from 70 to 100 doesn't take very much. And so we're currently at 70. So to go to tendered, that's market. And so I'm opposed to this because it needs to go to market.
Lane?
But what this does is it gives those who are the current leaseholders the first right to enter into another 5-year lease term. And I think that that's what we're trying to recognize the need for that to be extended to the leaseholders.
So with that, is there a possibility then of entering into evidence of need for those that might need this subsidy of 30%?
I think that if council is setting the rate, it doesn't have to be a subsidized rate. It's whatever we feel the market is able to bear. That would be the rate that the leaseholder would have the right to enter into an extended 5-year term for.
And I'm going to speak in opposition to this because when we passed this in August, it was determined that cultivated was much different than grazing. And even in grazing, I feel that I've spoke against having to have a rate that other members, other residents of the municipality are carrying the burden of for different farm operations. And anyone who has land is not in the underprivileged in our municipality. I recognize cash flow, but if you have land and are farming, you have a point of privilege that many do not have. And to have 12 months to get yourself ready to determine if you're going to put an offer in on this land, and that we would be willing to allow you to match it, whatever the market rate would be, I think that is more than fair. We are, as a municipality, are we in the business of helping operate certain businesses because we see value? Because I see value in the Grassy Lake store and in the Hayes restaurant, but we have not given them a point of privilege by subsidizing how they run their businesses. And this is empty land that is an asset for the municipality. So I will not be voting in favor of this.
I don't think it says anywhere in this thing that we're gonna subsidize. It says we're gonna set a rate that we think's right. Nowhere does it say subsidize. We're gonna go with we're subsidizing. There's a lot of farm business out there that's not land that we're subsidizing that other counties have done to raise money that we seem hesitant to do. I'm not sure, I haven't got into that yet, why we don't raise that money on certain industries in our area. So if we're gonna say we're subsidizing not just land, we're subsidizing a lot of other stuff that there's ways to tax that we have chosen not to do. So just to say it's on this is getting tendered. This is getting at rate. It just doesn't go out to craziness to give these people a chance for 5 years to know what they're gonna pay. Rather than you get 3 days after the bid comes in to match it. This will set a rate, reasonable rate that we think, not subsidized. Nowhere did we say we're gonna subsidize it. We're gonna set a reasonable rate that we think good. They got a fair amount of time to make a farming decision to see if it's gonna be good for them or not. Rather than if we go to bids, the bid's open and you've got a couple days to decide what you're gonna do. It just gives them a window to move on it, or
Well, right now it actually gives them 13 months uncultivated to make a plan.
it gives them 13 months, but they have no idea what the price is. You have an idea, but you have zero idea what you're gonna be paying in 13 months. Because it's gonna go to open bids and you have zero idea, where if we set a rate, you know what you're getting into. If it goes the other way, you know you want a farm, you got that idea, whatever, you can maybe trigger a sale in that 13 months if we change the policy. But your rent, you will have no idea until them letters get open to say what everybody bidding. Whereas the other way, we can set the rate whatever we want and make it fair, what we consider fair, and then they know what they're getting into. But that won't happen until we set the rate or them letters get open. There's no idea until that comes.
There is a way around that, and that is to tender all of these leases May 1st of 2025. They would have until next spring to decide.
So there is a motion on the floor. We can continue discussion, so I'll give pause for anyone else who would like to add to it. I'll read the motion in one more time. That the cultivation lease policy be amended to reflect that cultivation leases be offered to existing leaseholders at a rate determined by council, with the exception of the current cultivation leases that are being tendered for a 5-year term. I'll ask to record the vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is defeated. Did you get everyone? Sorry, I was pretty fast. Okay, we'll entertain any further discussion on the cultivation policy. By no means is the discussion ended. We have, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I just want a clarification on how this 30-day window works. So let's say you got a canola crop seeded and all of a sudden something comes up and they want to come in. Are they 30 days? What happens? Do we pay them out on their crop, or the 30-day window kind of seems a little bit, for farming doesn't really work, I don't think. If you got a crop seeded there, is the MD going to pay them compensation for that crop, or are we just, like, how does that work?
I just need to look at the point that you're speaking of. If you just give me I have the policy in front of me. Let's see.
Are you referring to the lease termination clause, the 30-day for alternative use?
Yeah. Like, if there's a crop seeded, do we pay them compensation, or how does that work? I don't know, doesn't really make sense to me, because sure, we can activate it and whatever, if there's gravel there or whatever, or something what we want to do, but how does this work for us? Do we pay them for what they've input that year, or? I'm not sure exactly how this works.
Yeah, the way that, just to speak to what the lease says, it says the landlord may, so it's a may, without compensation terminate this lease either entirely or from a portion of the lands for the following reasons. And then I believe this is the section you're referencing.
Yeah.
So that's what the lease agreement says.
Yeah, I don't know how we change that, because if you seeded a crop with all your inputs in there, there should be some compensation that says without compensation on. And if you seeded a crop, there probably should be some compensation, or at least wait till the crop year's done.
Yeah, we're open to hearing feedback.
I would assume that the assumption here is that wouldn't take place. Like, I mean, we're a rural municipality, understanding that nobody's going to go in and take the crop down. I'm thinking this is speaking more to compensation for the lease itself, not necessarily the crop, but the lease itself. That there's no compensation being paid to the current leaseholder if the lease is terminated early. This wouldn't speak to the crop damage. I would assume that's in another portion of our lease contract that isn't shown here. This is a policy of change.
And just so that we're clear, are we speaking to the actual lease or the cultivation policy, right? Because it gets a little bit, but this is a lease that's in front of us, whereas I'm in the policy on section lease termination by the MD. So this doesn't say in number 7 on that was attached, it doesn't say, right, but it doesn't say that in the policy. And again, I just think of how our own farming practice happens, that if the irrigation company comes in or someone else, then an agreement is made.
I understand that lots of them, but it just got to be in writing somewhere. So if somebody could show me that where it says that. I'm not sure. I just haven't seen it. But in here it says no compensation.
Yeah, I'm going by the policy. Go ahead, Lane.
Just in policy document itself, section 7.
Yeah.
The MD Tabor reserves the right to terminate the lease over any or all cultivated lands, to facilitate a sale of lands, provided the MD of Tabor gives no more than 1 year written notice to the tenant. So the policy anticipates 1 year's notice. But I understand where Councillor Condor is coming from, because the lease agreement itself does provide for 30-day cancellation. And there probably needs to be some alignment with the policy when it comes to the length of notice that the MD would actually be required to give.
Actually, under the lease, there's actually, they do identify, the lease does identify, sorry, the policy does identify both the 1 year for the sale of land, and then the 30-day for alternative use in the policy, and then intended to correspond with the lease where they get where we have the 1 year for land sales and 30 days for consideration for alternative use. I know with the grazing lease policy, policies that we're reviewing right now, we're taking a look at them under that same lens. Around the 30-day was some of the feedback we'd received to look into as well, and so we will be providing administrative recommendations on the 30-day alternative use considerations on the grazing lease, and we certainly could do the same when we bring back draft resolutions or draft policy on this.
So perhaps, Martin, you might want to make a motion that if the MD of Tabor I want to say disrupts the crop, but I just know there's legal terms because I've signed on documents at our own farm.
I think it's referenced in the lease itself under 2.3
Okay.
C, where it talks about damages.
Oh, yeah.
Specific to surface leases.
I think, like you said, it's if there's damage, it's typically the proponent or the company that's coming in that provides damages to the leaseholder.
I just don't think we'll. I just don't want to put words in your mouth, Martin. So if you have a motion that you'd like to ensure that if there's an alteration in the lease, that the leaseholder receive compensation. I don't know if that's what you're driving at. I think it is, but I just don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying, I think it should be in there that, if you come in and it needs to be done, we prove it needs to be done, they should be compensated for, I don't know, it should be written in there that they should be compensated for their crop for the year, or.
So under 7A2.
I can try and draft something and then you can
Yeah,
further detail it from there.
yeah,
Does that work?
sure.
I'm not sure if this is it, but there's probably legalese that speaks to it better that we could bring back after we get direction, but
I think I think we should put crop compensation in there, because that's pretty much, you're gonna be compensating for crop, but you're not gonna be or are we trying to include grassland and everything in here?
No, this is cultivation.
Yeah, cultivating, so yeah, you're gonna be limited to the crop compensation if you're coming in, I would think.
Does this mean here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read that in, that the cultivation lease policy be amended to reflect that consideration may be given for crop compensation if applicable in any event of early lease termination
That would be an event.
in
The,
the event.
I'm looking to Counselor Condor.
I wonder if it is also not just termination, but disruption. Right? Because maybe we aren't terminating it if it was a gas line or a. Okay.
This isn't the this is with respect to termination.
Okay.
It's in the I think, I believe it's in the surface lease section. It says we won't be paying oil and gas compensation to leaseholders except in the case of crop damage. It says right in there, and let's see. And we don't pay the crop damage that comes from the company that created the loss.
What letter is that? What section? 2.3 C.
It says shall not.
Unless such compensation is in the form of compensation damages.
In terms of applicable lease.
Could be specified to reference crop, I guess, if you want. Regardless.
In your own motion.
Yeah.
As per you.
I'll just read this one. Presence of oil and gas infrastructure land. I think that one's gotta be updated, because we got a lot more now coming in with solar and everything else. Or like they say they want stuff. I think that oil and gas one should be changed to, I don't even know exactly the wording on that, because we're getting more solar power, batteries and stuff coming in the areas that renewables, renewables should be added in there.
I think that's where the other infrastructure reference.
So let's deal with the motion on the floor. Is there any further comments or questions on this? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
It says gas infrastructure though, and that's part of it. It doesn't say just infrastructure.
So you can make a motion to amend the lease, but we don't set the leases,
Yeah.
right? Like, go ahead, Lane.
Well, the reality is that these are coming back in draft
Yes.
form, and we'll be able to fine tune when it comes
Yeah.
back to us.
Is there, just give people a moment if they have other things they wanted to bring forward on the cultivation policy. Okay. Through our list to Bryce.
When you look at the policy, there's a similar approach to what was previously in the grazing policy, was reference to the land sales process. And it was discussed to handle that. It had been mentioned earlier about doing that within a land sales policy itself. So a resolution to support adoption of that land sales policy approach for cultivated lands would give us the direction we need to incorporate those together into one policy.
That would just give extra clarity. I think administration's kind of proceeded on that basis.
Right.
But it would give confirmation and extra clarity.
So someone want to make a motion to provide that cultivated lands, direct administration to develop a land sales policy approach for cultivated lands.
No, just that it be
Go ahead.
inclusive of both
Includes-
cultivated and
yeah,
grazing lease.
includes
Right,
That
grazing.
the land sales policy include cultivated and
And
grazing.
yeah.
Okay. Lean, are you willing to make that?
Certainly.
Okay. So land sales policy will include cultivated and grazing lands. Any questions on that? Do you want to, we'll just maybe, since that's been our practice.
Got it? Just throw it on. I'll finish it.
Very simple. Thank you. The motion reads the draft land sale policy includes cultivated and grazing lands. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Anything else? Anything else on cultivated lands? We will be seeing it again. Okay, so we added an item to the agenda, looking for a letter of support for the Vauxhall Ag Society. So I will turn it over to Arliss through to Bryce.
Okay, so just to share some more information on the item, it is a request for a letter of support from the MD of Tabor in application for the Vauxhall Ag Society to the CFEP program, the Community Facility Enhancement Program, small, which is a maximum of 150,000. They want to make application for the next steps in their project, which includes washroom facilities, kitchen development, and the office setup within their new building that has gone up just recently and is part of an ongoing project, I would say. And so again, they wanted to make application to take that project further and move into the next phase, and a letter of support without any financial contribution requested. Their deadline on this, their deadline on the application is Thursday this week, so it is something that has some time sensitivity to it, and so just to support the application.
We have someone who is willing to move that, and then hopefully we have a draft motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Martin. We'll just wait for the motion.
I would just say the next phase of their building construction, their
Phase
building
two,
facility
don't they call
development.
it? They call it phase 2.
Did they call it? Okay.
Yeah, that's what they referenced when they had,
Yep.
when we toured there.
Do you want the details on the washrooms and the? Grounds, yeah. Building project.
for their CFIP application. Council direct administration to provide the Vauxhall Ag Society with a letter of support with regard to phase 2 of the Vauxhall Rodeo Grounds building project for their CFIP application. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we have nothing from the consent agenda. Number 12, council request for information and motion. Seeing none, we had no motions from closed session. Lace, just double checking, have we answered all of the agenda items? Okay. And council, we have one more motion.
I move we adjourn.
Thank you.